that may make a sound. Um, Everybody is here and accounted for, Madam Clerk, so that is good. And with that, I will open our public comment period. I don't see anybody here to speak, nor do I have any cards. Do you have any letters?
No, I do not, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will close our public comment period, and I will ask Danny to read us into closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, honorable council members. There are two closed session items tonight. Both involve real property negotiations, which are authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8 to enable the city council and its housing authority to consider negotiations and give direction to its negotiators. The real properties in question involve 1762 Dale Road, and the second are with respect to certain real properties in the Glendora Unified School District, known as the Whitcomb Continuation High School, 350 West Mauna Loa Avenue, Williams Educational Center, 301 South Lorraine Avenue, Azusa Adult Education Center, and 1134 South Bronca Avenue.
Danny, thank you. And with that, we will adjourn into closed session at 5:02 p.m. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for each of you being here. We're kind of upset at Gary. Not only is he leaving, but he's got plans for dinner while we're here. So that's just not right. But anyway, thank you for, being here. You all are special to him as he is to us. But we have one quick thing that we have to do first. I need to have our city attorney read us out of closed session. Danny?
Yes, Mayor, the council met in closed session for two items, both of which involved real property negotiations, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The real property addresses were previously noted and are listed in the agenda packet. Staff gave a report to the council, and direction was given by the council, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you, sir. We will move on now to, there's two very important things we're going to do tonight. We're going to recognize Gary, and then city clerk is going to take a moment to swear Shauna and David and myself into office. So thank you for being here. I also want, Gary, you to know there's 14 or 15 of us that are going to be saying lavish, incredible, tremendous, over the top things about you. We hope that your head will still fit through that door because everything is going to be true that is said.
I got a little bit of a hint upstairs as to how big my head could be.
So everybody that speaks, I would like to ask you to stay because Gary has asked that there only be one picture taken. And so that's going to be done like at the very end. So hopefully the schedule that you have will enable you to stay. We need to be done by about 6:55 because then the council meeting starts at 7. So hopefully that will occur. So with that, we are here to recognize the outgoing council member, Gary Boyer.
Mayor Thompson, before we do that, I would like to read into the record. There's an item that council will need to adopt a certificate of official election results for the city of Glendora for the November 5th, 2024 consolidated general municipal election. Gary isn't getting away quite so quick. He has to take action on at least one more item
Oh,
before he can go.
okay.
For just a real quick report, on November 5th, the city of Glendora conducted its general municipal election to elect one member of the city council to represent District Number 3 and to consider Measure Z, which would enact a 1/4% transaction and use tax. The Los Angeles County Election Department conducted the canvass of all election returns and has verified that all ballots have been counted and accounted for. On December 4th, the Register Recorder's Office certified the results and submitted them to the City Clerk's Office for council consideration and approval tonight. These certification of results must happen before or on December 10th, 2024. The official certificate of canvass is in the staff report and is outlined in Attachment B. To highlight, for City Council District 3, a majority of vote was received by Shauna Ellis, and she has been elected as a member of City Council to represent District 3 with a term of office of 4 years. Measure Z, the vote required for Measure Z to pass was a 50% plus 1 of the votes cast, with the number of votes for Measure Z reaching a 57.66%, the measure has carried. At this point, I request a motion of the City Council to approve the proposed resolution and ordinance that have been presented before you.
Okay, before
available if
Michael
you
and
have
Karen say
questions.
anything.
Say so moved.
Second.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're still
For
sitting here?
10 years, these guys jump in and make motions before anybody gets to the end of the thing.
That is true.
I'm requesting the opportunity to make this motion.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay.
Request.
I'd like to move city recommendations, item number 1 and 2.
All right,
Second.
and there's a second. Discussion? All right. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Elowes,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Days,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Let the
Okay.
record show that's the only motion I've ever made, except for a couple controversial that nobody else would speak up about.
All right, thank you. And it is good that Measure Z passed. It's not good that Measure A passed because that means that sales tax is going up. But the fact that Z passed means that sales tax that is acquired here stays here, and we will steward that for the use of everything that we need. So thank you. All right, we will now go to the recognition of outgoing Councilmember Gary Boyer. And the first person to speak is Vicky Paul. And for the speakers, just come up and make sure that you speak right into the microphone. You can indicate what you're doing. Vicky is well-known to us because she is a part of just about everything that we do, because the supervisor that she works for is a great friend of ours, and I will let you brag on her prior to bragging on Gary.
Mendel. A lot of people are wearing black. I don't know why. And Gary with a suit on, I think this is a first. You look
About a
very
third in tenure.
well. You have done so much for this city. You have done so much to help me in what I do at the office, collaborating with the county and the city of Glendora. You have been a touchstone. You have been someone I can rely on. You've been someone I can bounce things off of. You have an even temperament. You can see both sides, and it will truly be a loss to the city for you to leave, but I know that your family may feel differently than that. So this is with mixed emotions that I present this on behalf of LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, to thank you for your years of dedicated community service and to wish you the best, because I know that you will continue to serve in whatever capacity you choose. So best wishes.
Vicky, thank you. Next is Alexa Sanchez. She's great, thank you. And I say all those things about you as I said about Mrs. Paul,
Thank
because
you.
you're always here, because your boss is a great friend of ours, and you can brag on her for a moment and then brag on Gary.
Thank you. So on behalf of Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio, and on behalf of myself, I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you've done for the city of Glendora and for the 48th Assembly District. The Assemblywoman knows the sacrifice it takes to be an elected official, and I also want to thank your family for supporting you through all the many endeavors that the city has gone through, and all the successes that you have that we have seen through you being on the council. So again, thank you, and best wishes for your future endeavors.
All right, and next is Zhang from Congressman Judy Chu. I will ditto the same remarks as I said, because you're always around, and we appreciate you and Mrs. Chu and what she has done for us. So you can brag on her for a moment and then brag on Gary.
We should just get a recording and just start
That's
hitting
true.
play.
That's true.
No, I'm very honored to be able to thank Gary Boyer for his service to the city of Glendora. You have something really genuine, which is you've always sought to, above all else, build community. Whether it's running the GCC meetings with wit and efficiency, or it's talking to us and explaining what the city needs and being an advocate for the people around you, you've always shown up for the people there. I've heard stories about you slipping somebody a couple $100 when their car breaks down. I know you've always written a letter of recommendation for a student when they need one at the last second. You've just always shown up for the people around you and the people of Glendora. So I'm very blessed to be able to call you a friend and thank you for your service to the city of Glendora at the 28th Congressional District. Thank you.
I just gotta say, that those who know me, I'm really bad at remembering names. I never forgot the same thing, but multiple times forgot who you represent.
Zane, thank you. The schools are such an important part of the city life, and tonight we have the president of our local school board, Gary Clifford, here to say some good things about Gary. Welcome, Gary.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Mayor, Council Member, and Mayor Pro Tem Boyer. The Glendora Unified School District is proud to bring you this certification from the Executive Cabinet and from all the board members for your dedicated years of service and support to our community. Not only you, but your family. Your family is very involved in the school district. You've been involved, and I would be remiss in saying that if over the years, you and I would have commuted to all the events that we went to out of town, we probably could have saved a lot of gas money. Gary, and all the different things. First off, I love your first name. Secondarily, all of the different events I see our council members at, and for many years, Gary was out there, whether it was in Santa Barbara, Indian Wells, or all of the cities in between. We always saw and see each other and always said, boy, we should have commuted to this event tonight. And so we appreciate your dedication to all the great things that you've done to make Glendora a great place to live, work, and play, and the things that you have indoctrinated within your family to have that same service. So we're proud to present you with this certificate, a card, and the favorite part is a box of See's candy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. And we love our schools, as I've said, and I love this young man that's going to come up next, Dr. Jordan. He is going to be doing what Gary's doing at the end of this month, the superintendent of schools of Charter Oak, and he's my favorite Cubs fan. And so we appreciate you, Jeff, and Charter Oak, and happy to have you guys here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. You are correct. I've got about 14 more days, and then I'll be seeing you guys with a bigger smile than I have right now. But I would like to take a moment to introduce our new superintendent starting January 1st, Dr. Danny Kim, who is currently our Assistant Superintendent Services. So he'll do great. He doesn't even know what he's getting into yet. So, Gary, we just are, first of all, honored to be able to be invited to represent Charter Oak Unified on behalf of our board, Dr. Kim, myself. We appreciate not only what the city of Glendora has done, this council has done to support our Charter Oak schools, but you've always been very welcoming. You've always come out to events when we've asked you to, and that means a lot, especially when you think about we only have 3 schools that encompass the city and the balance is in the Covina area, but you guys have always treated us as if we were located right in the middle of downtown Glendora, and that really means a lot. And so thank you, not only to your leadership, the service that you provided, but also to this council. It is truly, truly appreciated, and I hope that will continue with Dr. Kim, because I'm going to make him continue to do the good things that we've been doing, and we're excited to be able to do that. But Gary, thank you.
Jeff, thank you. And then Dr. Kim, thank you.
Go Dodgers.
Go, go Dodgers. That's it there. There you go.
Meeting, one of the board members was retired for something like this, as they're going out the door. As we left, there was a crowd of people before the school board meeting, and we created quite the controversy that there was some sort of a secret meeting going on behind closed doors, and all we were doing was having punch and cookies. But it was an interesting couple of weeks trying to explain, no, there was nothing going on.
That is true. That is an absolute true story. Marcia Mason, is she here? There you are. Hi, you were sitting there. She is, boy, she's a lot of things here in town, but she's here to represent GCC, and she writes good things for the Examiner. So, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much for having me. Gary, it is my honor to be here. You are truly an amazing man. You've always been a friend to whoever needs one. You're a friend anyway, friend in need. And you're to be greatly admired. And I appreciate you. I know everybody does. Boyer has a great name in town. I'm sure it will continue. And I'm glad you're not going anywhere. So I would just like to say that though your leadership, vision, and tireless efforts, you significantly enhance the quality of our community. And your dedication to public service, your steadfast commitment to our city's growth and prosperity are truly commendable. With deep appreciation, we thank you for your invaluable contributions and outstanding service to the great city of Glendora, and you have helped to make it great. So I want to thank you, and on behalf of the Women's Club and the Glendora Community Coordinating Council, who you've been a tremendous part of, the Coordinating Council always likes to appreciate and recognize fearless volunteers and great men, of which you are one, on the top. So here we are.
Marcia, thank you, and thank you for everything that you do. Joe Cena, the president and CEO of our chamber. Everybody knows Joe. He does a tremendous job of making sure that businesses are cared for and spoken about. So Joe, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and Mr. soon-to-be retired City Council member, Mr. Boyer. What do I mean, how can I follow all these wonderful things they've said about you, all 100% true? But I would like to thank you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. Now, you're leaving this board, but you're still on mine at the chamber, but I'll give you a couple months off. I think you're taking, but we'd like to thank you, for your dedication to the city, your unwavering commitment to this community, and things that you've been able to do and implement and as part of this dais and everything you've done. The lasting effect's going to go on for generations. So again, we just want to thank you, and we'll see you soon when you get back from your vacation. Thank you.
Next is, I don't have a name, but who's here from Foothill Transit? Are they here? She just walked out. Okay. To catch a bus. I knew the minute I said that somebody was gonna, well, part of Gary's role, and part of all of our roles, we're on different boards and councils and different groups. And Gary has been on that board and on the executive board. And he has done a lot to make sure that buses run well, the routes are good, the service is good. And Gary, apparently I'm getting the sign that she did leave. I don't know why, but I'm sure that we will catch up with her. But I but I was there when they honored you, and I know that they deeply, deeply appreciate you. So thank you. And I hope that they gave you a gold pass for the rest of your life to ride the bus free.
Thing, somebody leaves, and I shared with them, if it's large, it's going in a closet, make it small. Well,
Yeah.
small to them was.
There you go. Yeah. Well, and a part of Gary's life is the Rotary Club. And all of you who are in that other club, you just be nice, okay? Just for a moment, just give him love and give him grace. Rudy, are you here to honor him? And we appreciate you and what the club does. Rudy, it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for this great opportunity. We have a similar tradition in Rotary when a president is done with his term or her term. We call this a demotion. So this is your own version of a demotion, but it's a little bit more classier than what we do. Oh, that's good. Rotary's motto is service above self, which essentially means we leave our egos at the door and do what's best for whom we serve. And in the world of Rotary, that criteria is often used as a kind of litmus test of one's character in many walks of life and business. And this is crystal clear that Gary has served our city through that lens, service above self. Because of your years of leadership and unparalleled work ethic, we Glendorians are safer, have cleaner streets, enjoy a fiscally sound budget, and continue to experience an evolving modernization of our community, with your help as well. So didn't forget you guys. The city is really going to miss you. I get this information from Kathy. Apparently, he always calls his residents back or emails them, never avoids difficult conversations, phone calls, etc. And according to Kathy, he sometimes makes her stand under trees. I don't know what that means, but you'll explain that at the end. He's respectful, diplomatic, always does his research and tells stories like Teddy Roosevelt. Just go out and hike with him once in a while, and you'll get plenty of trail and area history to write a very entertaining guidebook. I had the experience with him the other day, and it was really a lot of fun. But Teddy Roosevelt. So at the Rotary Club of Glendora, we're especially blessed because we've had Gary be part of our Rotary family and experience that warmth, kindness, and can-do attitude that's very infectious and inspiring. So on behalf of the Glendora Rotary Club and its foundation, thank you for all that you've done and all that you'll continue to do for our club and by extension to our Glendora community. We're just glad you're not retiring as a Rotarian. So thank you for staying around. So I'll end with this quote from Teddy Roosevelt. "It is only through labor and painful effort, by grim energy and resolute courage, that we move on to better things." So congratulations and thank you.
I am pleased to be here for a special group, the Goal Line. I serve on, that board, and they were not able to, be here. So they chose to risk the comments that they would make to me. And they just simply wanted to say, Gary, that they really appreciate the years of, service that you have given them. You were mayor when the Azusa line was done and everything, and you've been a backup for me for a number of years, and so they just want to say thank you for supporting that. You and I have talked with them a lot about a lot of things, and the wisdom that you have been able to share has been great. So there is a poster that they have given you, and maybe that can go out in your office. And then there's a special bowl that I have not seen, but that was made by the fellow that did all of the artwork that is on our city and
Mike Hillman.
station and platform and everything. So, Michael did that just especially for you. And, so we just want to say thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And Judy Chu was given her moment, but there's another one here. Grace wants to say thank you too. And as you know, she thinks the world of you, and she is unable to be here tonight. But there's a certificate here from her, and she just wants to say thank you for the engagement that you have given her for many, many years, and she appreciates that. So thank you from Grace. Okay, we have some gifts. The council has a gift for you. Something that I know when we came into office 2015, probably one of the first things that you thought about is when this moment comes, you are going to get something that everybody strives to get, and it's the city hot plate. And this is a memento that, everybody just strives to get, but we really do want to say thank you for almost a decade of service and of time and talent that you have been able to give us and share with us. So March of 2015, when you and I stepped on this dais, to now 24, and you are appreciated and loved. Thank you.
We do watch out for your tax money, guys. We bought these in bulk, probably 1,000 of them at some point, and we have not run out yet.
That's true.
Thanks.
There's a couple of other gifts that we want to give you. The first one, yes, you can do this. We understand that there's a hobby that you're kind of starting to take up because you're going to miss reading the staff reports and the videos and coming to down here at 7:15 on a Monday morning. And so these are some tools to assist you in the hobby that you now have. At least that's what we have been told. So you can open this up.
Open this.
Just rip it off like you were 10 again, and hopefully it's portable, so you can take it to some of your trips that I know that Kathy and you have planned. And I frankly, this has been a real experience for me because I didn't even know that there were kits like this. Just pull out the box. Yeah.
So it is a woodworking kit. Pretty cool. A whittling kit. So here's all the different knives, blades and everything. Okay, that is great.
A whittling. So,
And Kathy cut-proof gloves,
yes,
because more than once I went through a thumb already.
so there are some of your tools, some very sharp knives. So we hope that you'll enjoy that.
Definitely will. Just gave Derek for his birthday I don't even know what his name is, a moose.
Bullwinkle?
No, from a cartoon or something. Oh, thank you guys very much. Come by the house, I'll be the old man sitting out on my swing.
Yeah, there you go. Another gift from us that.
And for those of you that think that we get all of these great perks as elected officials, the biggest perk that I've gotten over the last 10 years is the number of times I've carried a pocket knife into a public building and they let me in.
So what that, we all signed it, directors all signed it. And so it'll give you a moment every once in a while to kind of reflect and think of the good days here.
Appreciate it. Thank you
So,
all very much.
welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Adam, I think you have.
We do.
A couple of, uh-oh, Daniel.
I did not fill out the form because when I was 13 years old, this guy asked me to break a rule.
There you go.
And I'm going to take advantage of that tonight and say a little something from the Boyer family without filling out a form. So you're welcome, Dad. It finally happened.
Yeah, there you go.
Really, I just want to say thank you to the city staff, everybody else who has supported him through this last 10 years, including his family. It's not the easiest position to take. And so I know a lot of times it's a thankless position, but thank you all for doing so. We've had a lot of discussions over the years, and I will tell you, not only does his family sometimes disagree with him the same way you guys do, but we also support him the same way you guys do. We've had many discussions at dinner tables. We've had many disagreements in a lot of ways. And one thing that I can tell you about this guy is you get what you see.
That's right.
There is no hidden agenda. And so, Dad, it's been a pleasure working with you for the last 20 years. These guys have gotten the benefit of doing the same thing for 10. And we wish you all the best and everything forward. So
That's great.
Right.
Adam? Sure.
Before we were so rudely interrupted, Daniel. A small thank you from us to Kathy, and we'll come bring these to you. Thank you for sharing your husband with us. I know we made your life stressful sometimes. I will personally miss you honking in the parking lot when he's past due to get out of a council meeting. But we, I told Daniel I was going to do that.
It's a true story.
Yeah. But we really appreciate everything that you've done to support us as well. You're part of the family, and we thank you. So bring these to you. One more thing, Gary.
So,
We always joke, so staff has that every council member kind of has their own thing, and we always joke that there is the Gary Boyer way. And so to memorialize that, Gary, we have the Gary Boyer way.
Here you go.
We're still gonna say a couple things though. Gary, it's been a pleasure, and I speak for all of staff when I tell you we have appreciated working with you. We've appreciated you pushing us and testing us and always trying to do the right thing for your community. I cannot tell you how many times we left a meeting and it's just this belief that no matter what happens, you are always looking out for the best interest of not just you, but Glendora. And so many times you've taken positions that are opposite of what would benefit you personally, but would benefit the community more. And I want you to know staff sees that the entire way through and always has. And we are incredibly thankful and better off for having you served. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just wait a minute. We have a slideshow that,
Oh, my goodness.
show. I had nothing to do with this. I don't know, but we want to show that first before we have a chance to talk.
That young guy.
With that, the council would like to honor you with some closing thoughts, and we will give you the last word. So, Michael, let's start with you, and I think that you have a slide that you're going to show, or they're going to show, or something.
Well, I want to take the council and Gary back to the year 2017, when a brand-new council member, full of energy and ideas and thoughts, wanted to present something to the council as far as playing cards. So the community can get to know the council, what they're like, what they don't like, personal stuff. So it's approachable, things of that nature. And every council member had a card was made up for them. And of course, you know, expectations as they were, it didn't get passed. It was a 4-1 vote. Didn't quite make it, but happened to resurrect one of those cards. It's his very own playing card with the baseball signed by all the members he served with. And I got my glasses here. And it says, Honorable Gary Boyer, Hall of Fame, December 10th, 2024.
Thank you.
And of course, any collectible has to have its certification of authenticity. So it's Certify is proudly presented to Honorable Gary Boyer, certifying the following: 1 colleague signed baseball, 1 original trading card, 1 stylish plaque stand. He was a council member. He was a mayor pro tem twice. He was the mayor twice. He was on many outside committees. He was greatly invested and involved in the community. He challenged the status quo. He's a family man. And Gary is a friend and a colleague. You know, Gary and I were running together, not together, but at the same time in 2015. Of course, Gary made it and I didn't. But we were friends before that and we remained friends after that. And that 2017, I ran, won, and it was actually the better timing to win in 2017. But Gary and I worked closely on so many different projects. And in fact, I think Kathy, you would kind of joke about, oh, your boyfriend's calling. Either after a meeting or something of that nature, and try to work through issues and things. And as was said earlier, that we always didn't agree on topics, but as a whole, I think the council's always landed the plane well. And that was with Gary's help. Gary is always thinking outside the box, which was, it's valuable to think that way. You can't have 5-0 votes and people thinking the same, make a good product. And Gary you always thought out of the box. You and I had some major disagreements over the years, but we always solved it over lunch. And I'm greatly appreciative for that and your friendship. I know your friendship's gonna continue. I'm gonna miss talking to you about certain things, but I'm sure we'll have our discussions. You'll be on the other side at the podium there and waving your finger at us and all that sort of stuff. And that will be fun, because I can make faces at you then and you won't take abuse to it. But I'm gonna greatly miss you being up on the dais, but I know that you're always gonna remain a longtime friend. And it means an awful lot, because when you go through the trenches that we go through, that people don't see here on the council, your friendship and your bond is something that's unbreakable, that lasts a lifetime. And unless you're up here, you can't experience it. It's like having a child. You can't explain to somebody what it's like having a child. You know, you're not my child, but sometimes you feel like it. But thank you so much, Gary. I'm all around.
Let that go.
No, you won't. But you will be missed up here.
Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Michael, thank you. Karen, any thoughts?
I'm still thinking of that visual just now from that. No, thank you, Gary, for always being an advocate for the people. You have always worked with great compassion and empathy and always looked out for the best of the community as a whole. And also, you have always been someone who was willing to get out there and get dirty, that whether it was at Trails Day or whether it was at a variety of other projects, you were willing to be a servant. And so thank you for that servant leadership as well, and best wishes on the next chapter.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. David?
Sir, all I can say from a community perspective is thank you for your unselfish service, stewardship, mentorship, and leadership in helping guide us down the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
So we did not know what we were doing, but Gary and I ran in 2015. There were 6 of us that ran, and Gary came in first and I came in second. And the parties that we were having were across the street from each other. And once we knew that each of us had won, we walked over and said, "What are we doing? What have we done? How is life going to change?" And we have been side by side for all of those years. And it's amazing how much we are aligned, and how scary it is that we think a lot alike. Gary is a man of his word. He's a dedicated servant. He loves this town, loves his family. He is integrity filled, character beyond whatever you would want. Works hard, reads his stuff, and I tell you, there's a lot of stuff to read. Shauna, you're going to learn what not to read, and well, I shouldn't have said that because you're supposed to read everything, but some of the footnotes, you just kind of skip. But we are going to miss your sage advice and the wisdom that you have. And as has been said, you put everything else above you, and that's just you. And we're going to miss you. And yet we honor, we celebrate what you are doing, the time that Kathy and you, the family, are going to have to spend without the encumbrance of all of city life. But thank you for the decade that you've served, and we just want to say thank you. Appreciate you, man.
My turn.
Turn.
Well, I had about a 45-minute speech, but I've got about 6 minutes left.
You got dinner to.
I got dinner to go to while you guys are still working. I got to tell you, as the last few months been winding down, people have asked the question about your biggest accomplishment. What do you think the biggest accomplishment is? And we talk about roads being paved and parks being built, and I've shared this. Some people know this story, but right after Mendel and I got elected, we sat down and had a meal together, and the conversation we had was about what can we do to lower the tension in the community between the city and the residents, and especially here at our council meetings. And it's one of those goals, not a huge goal, but it was something that we felt was pretty important. And you might think it's silly, but we decided to start dressing casual at council meetings. For those of you that have never been here, this is not normal, okay? And so, and we're the envy of a lot of other councils because they want to know why the residents accept us dressing casual at our council meetings. But I think we accomplished that goal of making things a lot more amenable. People are able to come and talk to us. We have the ability to have the communications that were strained at one time. But I look at that and I think that's the biggest accomplishment that the five of us have been able to make working on this council together. And we really hope that everybody has seen that as well. You come to a time like this and you start thinking about what you want to say, and you got all kinds of things. And Kathy has been to a lot of meetings with me. And we sort of have an inside joke as to how many people are going to be thanked tonight, because people get up and they start thanking everybody. Well, babe, I got a lot of people to thank. So I'm going to start with you. I would like to say the residents didn't realize it, but most people in town did, that when they elected me, you got two opinions, not one. And so, your ability to be able to talk me down when things were tough and to listen. If people are willing to admit how uncultured you might be, if you've ever watched Married with Children, imagine Al Bundy coming through the door after work, talking about the fat lady in the shoe store. That was me coming home after many of our meetings. Many times it was, you're not going to believe what Michael did tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
But you,
Feel the love.
but you always listened to me, you let me rant. And almost after every meeting, and I don't care where I was, I came home, dinner was waiting. And it shows. I'll start working on that now, but I love you and next year, 50 years together, the two of us. So we'll be celebrating 50 years together. Spending 24 hours a day together might be tough after 50 years, but we got a lot of plans. Rest of the family, Travis, Carrie, Jacob, Daniel, Lori, Tessa, Derek, I was just talking the other day, my grandkids don't really know me other than being a council member. Jacob was 12 when I got elected on the council. The others were much younger. Derek went through the period, the 2 terms as mayor. The first time I was mayor, every place we went, he was running around telling total strangers, hey, my grandpa's the mayor. Okay, so everybody knew. My second term as mayor, he was embarrassed as can be that grandpa was the mayor. But buddy, we're gonna have a lot more time together now that I'm not doing this, and I love you guys, and I appreciate all the support over the years. I got a list, and I'm gonna go through them, and we might be running a little bit late, but, you know, something that we don't realize as a community is that there are city councils just like us sitting in 450 other cities around the state of California, and we all work together. We all have the ability to work together. And so those other colleagues that people in this city has never met, never known, you'll never have any interaction with, they've had an impact on decisions that we make here because we have that ability to reach out to each other and talk together. And actually, with Grace Napolitano, we were having a relatively heated conversation at one point, and I had to remind her that at the city council level, we work together. Maybe they need to learn something in Washington about us because it doesn't matter what your politics are, whether you're liberal, conservative, the color of your skin, we all have the ability to work together. And I think it's important for everybody in California to know that at least at the city council level, we're all working for the betterment of our various communities and for the state overall. So I want to thank all of my other colleagues in other cities that most of you have never had a chance to meet. Our city staff. I had a chance, we had a luncheon the other day, and I got a chance to thank the city staff a little privately. But boy, guys, you know, you have no idea how great this city staff is. The work that is going on, I will try to remind people when they call and they want to complain about somebody, that person you've complained about has done 684 things to benefit you that you don't even know happen. Because when you wake up in the morning, you turn your water on and water's coming out. You get on a road and there's not a whole lot of potholes. The parks are trimmed, the playground equipment's in good shape, our finances are in good shape. We have a really, really good team put together. And I think most people in this community understand that, but that's the result of teamwork throughout the city, throughout the community. So thank you to the city staff. You've made us look very, very good over the years. A couple times, maybe not, but most of the time, you guys have made us look very, very good, and we appreciate everything you've done my entire 45 years living here in the city of Glendora. I guess we call it leadership. The engagement in the community goes far beyond just the city. And I've got to tell you, there are people in the community that step up that we see on a regular basis. When you go to events, you'll see the same faces time after time after time. We are blessed here in the city of Glendora with volunteers. I always joke that if you open a phone book and you point to a name, you're going to find somebody that's volunteer here in the city of Glendora. But, you know, naturally, you know, my love is with the Rotary Club, but the Kiwanis Club, the Kiwanians, the Women's Club, the Coordinating Council, the Seroptimists, and our Chamber of Commerce is, I'm not quite sure how to describe what has happened to our Chamber of Commerce since Joe Cena has taken over. I've been a member of the Chamber for a very long time in the city. And when Joe stepped up and became the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, things changed and changed for the better. And so, Joe, we really appreciate your leadership at the chamber, but we appreciate the leadership of all the different organizations and all the volunteers, the churches, everybody that gives back to this community. And we all do it together. We all work together when we're out there trying to make things happen. You know, I talked about the city staff and we look at, there's 250 some people that work at the city, but you know, we've got our leadership team, the department directors. And I'm going to name some names. I'm going to forget some people, but Chief Mike Randazzo recently became our police chief, and I look at with him and Captain Stabio and Captain Gold working together, our safety is in good hands. There's no question in the mind that anybody here is safe walking the streets of Glendora. And things happen. We can't keep everything from happening, but these guys are on the job, constantly doing an amazing job for us. Our past chief, Matt Egan, Tim Staub, since I was here, you know, started that leadership and built to where we are today, and it's much appreciated. Jeff Kugel in planning. Jeff has been here the entire time I've been. Had a chance to work with Jeff before I got on city council. And his calmness when making decisions that may not be popular decisions is really appreciated. Marie at our finance, you know, we have departments within the city that most people don't even know exist, but between HR and our finances to make sure that all of this stuff is working properly and your money's being watched. Our technology has went from chisels and stone to, you know, top notch and it's going to be a few more years, but Sam, you've done an amazing job and we appreciate that you finally brought the city of Glendora. You brought us from the 19th century to the 20th century to the 21st century in a relatively short time. Bill at Public Works, we've had a few different Public Works directors, but again, it goes back to the fact that these people are doing the jobs that keep the city running and they do an amazing job. Janet Stone, Janet and Cindy Romero at the library. Janet actually couldn't be here tonight. She fell ill and let us know, but you know, I look at our library as being the heart of the community, and she has built a great team and everybody's always welcome in our library. And even though the structure of the library is not what the residents of Glendora deserve, and it's something that we all need to have a conversation about as a community, the heart of the library, what happens inside there is exactly what the residents of Glendora deserve, and they do an amazing job. Our community services, John Aguirre took the lead a few years ago, and he doesn't realize it, but John Aguirre has had the lead there since I first moved to the city, I think. He just didn't have the position. But with community services, we have so many programs for our seniors, for our kids, and there's things that everybody is involved. I told you it's going to be long, so everybody relax. We move on. You know, one of the best decisions that we made as a council was bringing Adam Raymond as our new city manager. You take a look at us, you take a look at the demographics, and you think about bringing a 30-something-year-old in to be our city manager. Yeah, you know, a little risky. But, you know, when Adam first got here, conversations that we had, the fact that you have taken the time to understand this community immediately. It's amazing to me the number of people that you have spoken to over the years, but you're not afraid to get out there and have those conversations. You build an amazing team. Your best decision that you ever made was bringing on Moises Lopez. Is Moises back here? But between the two of them right now, we are in great, great hands. You know, of course, I need to thank the residents of Glendora. 50,000 people, well, about 6,000 people made a decision to hire me for this job. And I represent 50,000 people in this city. And that is 49,800 of the most amazing people I've ever known in my life. You guys can figure out who the other 200 are. We didn't start this. Sitting here on the council, we're always cognizant of the people that sat in these seats behind us. And one of the things that we have done, we have engaged with them because their expertise and their knowledge as to what has happened in the city in the past has really helped us making decisions. And I really want to thank past city council members who sacrificed to sit in these seats and to make decisions, not knowing what the future was going to bring, but they always made decisions in the best interest. I look at the full review. David, you bring so much history. We've been such a great team because you bring, we talk about the fact that if you ask somebody about history of the city, you just defer to David because he has this knowledge. His family is multi-generational Glendorans. And your leadership stepping up here and looking forward to you serving as mayor next year. Michael, what can I say?
Pain in the ass.
We pain in the ass. But we have talked over and over about how much I love your aggressiveness. I love the things you do, not always the way you do them. Okay, we've had our differences, but for the most part, we land the plane, and working with you has been quite a pleasure. Karen, you know, I look back and I think to myself, my great grandkids are not going to say, you know, my grandpa or great grandpa was mayor one day. They're going to say my great grandpa served with Karen Davis. And you have given to the community for quite a number of years, even before you sat up here in these seats. Personally, I think you're crazy. A lot of times we don't.
Certifiable.
Okay, we may not be on the same page, but again, we have the ability to have those conversations and finally get to where we need to be. Mendel, you know, we sort of came on here together. We've worked together for these last 10 years. You have been such a superb leader to get us through some things and bring the city to a level that we needed to be at. And that leadership is very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much, and thank you for your friendship. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Judy Nelson. And I was disappointed that she wasn't here, and then I saw that she walked in the room because Judy left council during COVID. So she did not have the honor of having what you have given to me tonight. And Judy took me under her arm as soon as I got on council, and made sure, guided me through things. I love telling the story about the first trip we made to Sacramento. About 7:30 in the morning, I called her and said, because our first appointment at the Capitol building was at 9. So about 7:30, I called Judy and I say, hey, you want to meet for breakfast? She says, I'm already at the Capitol building catching people as they're coming into work that day. So her leadership, what Judy has done for this community, you didn't get these accolades, but everything that was said tonight, I'm sure would be said to Judy as well for when you left. So Judy, thank you very much. I'm glad you made it. And I am going to end it because we're already late. But I got to end it with something extremely controversial. And you guys can deal with the fallout of this after it happens. But when you look at that logo up there, I am going to tell you unequivocally that that is the greatest city logo in the entire world. There's no question about it. But the reason it's the greatest city logo in the entire world is it represents us. So.
And you think there's water in here.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I am done. I'm out of here.
So can you wait? We need to get sworn in, and that will not take long. Or do you want to do a picture first? I mean, sure, sure. Just for anybody that is watching, we are obviously late. We probably will not start our council meeting till at least 7:20 or 25. So please just hang on and understand that. Okay, picture. Anybody that spoke, please come up.
Senator Gary.
Yeah.
Kathy, Kathy, here's yours. Thanks. That was his, that's yours. Buddy.
Oh, are they doing it? No. All right, everybody.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah. I want a family picture. Excuse us, folks, you can, yell at Mendel. Get everybody up here for a family picture.
Pretty cool.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My glasses are on your chair. Kathy, I'll email them. Okay, thank you very much. Perfect. At this point, I'd like to invite Council-elect David Friedendahl, Council-elect Shauna Ellis, and no, did I say it wrong? Elias E. And then Council-elect Mendel Thompson to the podium so we can do their swearing in. Congratulations to all three of you on your election to council for 2024, 2028. At this time, I invite you all to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
David Friedendahl.
Do solemnly affirm.
Do solemnly affirm.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I bear true faith and allegiance.
That I bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without mental reservation.
Without mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
That I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties.
Discharge the duties.
Upon which I'm about to enter.
Upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. Before we put your oath of office, I'll need you to sign those, and then you're ready.
Official.
Thanks.
What you wish
Yes.
for.
Well, after all that I just heard.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you for that expression of support. And Shauna, would you like to say a couple of words since you're the person that's new?
I
Welcome.
would, thank you. I would love to. My kids have been so patient here for the last hour. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that my family's here. My mom and dad have been supportive of me forever through all my different endeavors, although I'm their daughter. So I think it's kind of expected from them. But, you know, my husband, Trini, and my two kids, Braden and Zachary, didn't sign up for this, but they've been extremely supportive and helpful over the last few years. My husband pulled the load when I had different things to do. And my kids, were always willing to tag along. I can't tell you how many doors Braden has knocked with me. So I appreciate their support. And Gary's already gone. He had dinner reservations, but I would be remiss not to also thank him for his service. I definitely feel like I have big shoes to fill. He was an exemplary council member, and I feel like if I could be half as great as he was, I think the city will be in good shape. So I'm looking forward to serving with my fellow council members up here. I admire all of you and the work that you've done for the city. Karen, I hope that you and I can show Glendora that two people with different political views can get along and maybe even be friendly and work to the benefit of our city. And I think over the last 2 weeks, we've done that. And I'm looking forward to sitting up here on the dais with you.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And this is good news. There are special cookies up here with Gary's face. I don't need to say more. I understand that they're tasty and very sweet. And so we have bought these, and so we want you to have one or two. And so let's just try to get back here by about 7:25. And there's cookies, there's water, and I don't know, coffee, I assume,
And hot chocolate,
and hot chocolate.
Gary's favorite.
That sounds good. So we are adjourned until we meet at 7:25. So, okay, thank you. It's great to have each of you here. Sorry for our late start, but we were taking care of important things as a transition that doesn't often occur here has occurred, and so most of you were here to experience that. So thank you for being here, and I'll call this meeting to order at 7:26 p.m. on December the 10th. Please make sure that your phones are turned off or anything that could make a sound, and that would be appreciative. The roll call, we are all here, including Shauna, who is brand new to our team and to the dais. And Shauna, welcome. You've taken the oath, so you're official now. So congratulations, and that's great. So, as we always do, we start off with prayer and saluting the flag. I've asked Kyle Johnson to lead us in the pledge. But first of all, our good friend from the church just on the corner, the Alliance Church, is here to pray. Pastor DeMealy, did I get that right? Close enough, huh? And so if you could, would you all stand and enjoy his prayer, and then Kyle will come up and lead us in our pledge. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight in prayer for the city of Glendora. Lord, I thank you for providing all of the resources that this city needs in order to function properly and to care for its people. You truly are the giver of every good and perfect gift. We thank you, Lord, for the police, the firemen, the municipal workers, these council members, and our mayor who have been faithful stewards of what you have entrusted to them. Father, this is a special time of the year, the Advent season. It's a season in which we celebrate the birth of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. It's a season of both remembrance and looking ahead. In the Christmas season, we remember the incarnation, we remember the first coming of Christ, and we look ahead with anticipation to his second coming in glory. With that posture then, Father, I think it's important for us to also remember all that you've done for our city this past year in 2024. Thank you, God, for meeting every single one of our needs. In that same breath, Lord, we also look forward to the future. We look forward to 2025, and we pray, God, for your blessing, your wisdom, your grace, and your provision. God, we don't know the future, so we approach this new year with humility and trust in you for everything. We approach it with the attitude that if the Lord wills, we will live and do this or that. As your word says, the heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Father, I ask that you would establish our steps this new year. I ask that you would bless this city and all those who live and work here, and that everything discussed tonight, every decision made would be pleasing to you. For it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Everyone will place their right hand over their heart, and let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor, thank you for that encouraging and affirming prayer. And Kyle, thank you for leading us in our flag salute. With that, does anybody want to add or reorder the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, let the agenda stand as is. We will now, whose phone didn't get turned on? A former mayor. Well, that does explain it, you know. Chief, would you please come and discipline the former mayor to the rules of the House and a decorum? Judy, that was classic. I really appreciated that. Okay, the comment period, public comment period. This is the people's time to come and share what's on their mind. As you can see, there's a limit of time. I would request that you stay within that and direct any of your thoughts toward me. With that, we'll open up this period of time. And first speaker is Bob Moore. Bob, welcome.
Mr. Alowis reached in and grabbed $3 million annually for himself out of our pockets in August, voting in favor of Measure Z, the most regressive tax which will hurt working families, the elderly, the disabled, and the children the most. And he couldn't even tell us what it was for. No explanation, just taking $3 million out of the Glendora residents' pockets every year. It does look like it's for political payoffs to their allies in the Chamber of Commerce. So why is he complaining about Governor Newsom? If he doesn't like high prices, then institute price controls. Complain about the corporate and oil company greed. You politicize, spread propaganda, disinformation, and forward a radical extremist political right-wing agenda here. All you're supposed to do is fix our potholes. Your dear leader is about to round up 24 million people and put them into open-air concentration camps. People will be disappeared right off our streets, no different than dictators Pol Pot, Erdogan, Duterte, and Pinochet. People's home doors will be kicked in and people disappeared. Militarized vehicles trolling the streets as well as white supremacist vigilante groups. Not both sides, Mayor, your side. The five of you and people that look just like you across this country wrought this upon us. He will collapse our economy and destroy our infrastructure overnight. There will be food outages, not shortages, power outages, utility outages. Inflation will be greater than anything we've ever seen. He will dismantle our U.S. federal government and Constitution, redesign it around oligarchs, the people that you carry water for. There will be no more Medicare, and at least 75 million people will be thrown into the streets with no assistance from the government. No one has a mandate to do this to people. We're already in a civil war now, and it's a hot civil war. Women and children are dying right now in half of America, being denied reproductive care because of overturning of Roe v. Wade. Not rich women and their children. They will always have reproductive care and abortions. Your dear leader is actively at war with the U.S. military and is purging generals and admirals that aren't loyal to him. The United States military has sworn an oath to protect and defend our nation and the Constitution against such threats, foreign and domestic. And I believe that they will restore this country to normalcy before it gets this bad. We all saw the movie last summer when the guy with the AR-15 says, "What kind of Americans are you?" Your dear leader will ignore the Constitution and the protections it provides to all people here in America, and particularly U.S. citizens. This is not an aw shucks moment, Mayor. As you said, aw shucks, we just had an election. Let's all move on. No, we're all about to go over the Niagara Falls without even a life jacket. Buenos noches.
Thank you, Bob. Next, Joe Cena. Joe, welcome.
Hello again, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Joe Cena, President and CEO of the Glendora Chamber of Commerce, and happy you allow me to speak tonight. First, I'd like to congratulate you and welcome you, and the Chamber looks forward to working with you. We have a great relationship with our council and the city staff, and look forward to continuing that. Just a little quick update. There's a lot of stuff going on. We all know the Christmas parade's coming up here this Saturday. I think we have a record number of entries. I mean, they go nearly all the way up to Sierra Madre, plus what's on Bennett. So looking for a good one. Chamber is also conducting our annual Shop Local contest, which this year we've gotten quite a few entries. So if you're out there shopping Glendora, you have a few more days where you can turn in your receipts and chance to win some prizes that were graciously donated by our Glendora businesses. And then there's a number of other things the Chamber is working on for the next year, different events, workshops, ribbon cuttings, and so on and so forth. So again, proud to serve the Chamber, the community of Glendora, and have a great rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. That is all of the cards I currently have. Is there anybody else that arrived late and would like to speak? You can obtain a yellow card from the city clerk. Madam Clerk, did any letters or emails come in?
No, Mayor.
All right. Hearing and seeing none, I will close our public comment period and move it on to member statement and reports. Karen, we'll start with you tonight.
All right, thank you, Mayor. As Mr. Cena said, the Christmas parade is this Saturday. And welcome to the council and best wishes. And just happy holidays to everyone, as this is our last meeting in December.
You are correct. Thank you. Michael?
Yes, Adam, could you give us a recap of the wonderful things that Measure Z is going to do for us, and by rerouting the Measure H funds from the county that is now back to the residents here in Glendora, since we really didn't get any money from Measure H, but now we will?
Sure. So I think the best part about Measure Z is the city council gets to determine how those funds will be expended. So city has not picked any people or any organization or project or civic engagement area where those funds will be allocated. As the mayor mentioned, and as you've indicated, this is the city taking back the portion that used to go to Measure H funding. Previously, we received less than, $500,000 and gave over, 12, 15 million to the county. So the money will receive about $3 million a year. The city council, through its development of a 2-year spending plan, will get to determine how the community will best be served by those funds, whether it is additional public safety staff or additional roads and sidewalks or homelessness services. All those conversations get to happen in public and for the city council to pick. So lots of reasons to be thankful, and we thank the community for reinvesting in itself. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Adam. This last week, Moises and I, Assistant City Manager, went up to Napa for a league board meeting with a resolution that we have. We sponsored the City of Glendora, fairness between the elected officials at our level and the electeds in Sacramento, the legislature. The reason why I had to have the meeting up there for is because the general session meeting that Karen was our delegate didn't have a quorum. It passed, but didn't have a quorum, so it went as an informational. They can do anything they wanted with it. They didn't vote it down, but what they did is send it back to the policy committee to have it re-reviewed with no real direction. So we're having a meeting tomorrow to discuss this. It's going to be back at the board level in February to decide its fate. Interestingly enough, there are cities in Orange County that actually by resolution adopted our resolution as their guiding principles for their city, which is amazing. I didn't know about that until today. There's also other organizations right now that are putting this on their agenda to adopt it to their bylaws as well. So it's actually gaining traction. The longer that the league is waiting to get this passed, the more it's actually getting picked up by individual organizations and cities. So hopefully we're going to find out, get some conclusion to this in this coming February. Thank you.
Michael, thank you. Shauna?
Well, I just wanted to take a moment to give a heartfelt thank you to our city staff. The last 2 weeks of onboarding for this position have been overwhelming, to say the least. I can't remember who told me at the very beginning, it's going to be like drinking from a fire hose. And that is so true, Adam, probably Adam. It really has been. There's so much that goes into getting council members prepared to be up here on the dais. And I think it's something I didn't know about this as a resident. So I think a lot of people would be interested in knowing. It's amazing. I mean, from the technology end of it to training to all the things. And every single one of the staff members that I've dealt with has been phenomenal. So thank you, Adam. Your team has been amazing from top to bottom. I appreciate it. And I said this before in our special session, but I'll say it again. I'm really looking forward to serving with the 4 of you for the betterment of the community. I admire each of you for different reasons, but I think that you've all brought so much to the city of Glendora, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. And I'll say it again, Karen, I know that just kind of the elephant in the room has been the political division in Glendora, and I'm really hoping that as we move forward, you and I can show the city that it's possible to disagree on things politically and still get along. And I hope that we can work to kind of bring the city together. So I'm looking forward to that. And that's it.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Mayor. Since we met last, we've all enjoyed some great civic opportunities with our holiday stroll in the village a couple of weeks ago. I want to thank staff and the Business Improvement District for once again bringing a great seasonal opening. The Recreation and Human Services Department, along with the community library, did the gingerbread man last week and decorate the gingerbread houses. Well attended. I think nearly 300 children came and decorated houses. So that's not done easily. So what a great project and great work by everybody. And at the same time, the Community Services Foundation was conducting their Stuff the Bus toy drive collection for an opportunity to present to underserved children in the community for a handout later this week. Again, things that the community does to help take care of our own. So thank you for the staff for all of those. I just want to wish the city of Glendora and all of us here happy holidays. Be safe and be kind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And I was going to talk about a couple of those things, so thank you for bringing those up. I also want to encourage just everybody to be there on Saturday at 9 a.m. Well, you need to be there about 8:30 or so and get a good spot. Parade is always fun. It's always good. And it's going to be a great day. On Monday and Tuesday of last week, the council had their what was billed as a retreat. Now, when I think of a retreat, I think of nice lunches, good dinners, maybe a round of golf. I want you to know that the city did none of that. We met in,
Hey, they did a great job on our lunches.
well, they did. We got a half-hour lunch. We worked from 9 to 3, and Bidwell Forum, the chairs were just tremendous to sit in for 6 hours. And, I'm giving, Adam a hard time, but we got a lot of work done. Our current goal plan has got 190 specific goals, and we were there for 2 days thinking about the next couple of years, the visioning, the elements of what we can do, things that need to be done, things that we want to do that maybe we're not even thinking about. And it was just a great time of exchange, interaction. I believe that at some point in time, a summary of that report will be on our website. It's a part of the plan that we will have for the next 24 months. The budget will be built around that, and it was just a good time. So wanted you to know that even though that some of you might think that we only show up here, that we did work a couple of those days, and it was a good time. So staff, thank you for everything that you did to make those days good. And with that, I think that I'm done, except I want to also echo the fact that Christmas is such a special time, and yet there's a lot of need. So I hope that a generous spirit will be shared by all of us that can give some extra to your local house of faith or a charity that you need to support. There are folks that just don't have as much as others, and so we want to be able to share that. And I hope that this year will end well, and next year will be a year of a great joy and peace and hope. So thank you for all of that. With that, Adam, anything that you want to add?
Just one thing, if you're at the parade between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. in the library, we'll give an update on the Urban Trail and Glendora Avenue Improvement Project. So those of you who want to come out and check that out, staff is also working with the project management team who will tell us what all that looks like. We've taken notices to those individuals along the urban trails that will be built in the future. So if you have some time, please do that. Glendora Youth Basketball will start here in January. Again, this year we had more kids than we had spots, so just a tremendous outpouring from our community to participate in another activity that John's group puts on. So happy holidays, everyone, and after this meeting, we'll see everyone in the new year.
So are you going to coach and have a stacked team like you did this
Oh,
past year?
I don't know about stacked, if the average height is not. No, unfortunately, this year, my son is playing travel basketball, so
Oh, okay.
he is going to play Glendora youth basketball. I don't know how many games we'll actually be at this year,
Okay.
but to watch Cooper run around and is always a joy. So I'm going to help out as best I can, and we'll see how it goes. So Sam Newkirk is his dad's a coach, so he'll get to play with a couple of his friends in his last year. But he's played every year that we've been here, and
Good deal.
and it's great to be a part of. Thank you.
That's great. Danny, anything from your
No,
world?
just I have a vacation coming up here and unfortunately will not be able to attend the parade, but wanted to wish everybody a very, very Merry Christmas.
Well, have a fun time and be safe, especially if that involves skiing. Okay. Okay, we will move on to item 3, Glendora Hospital. Is Anthony here? Anthony, I have never met you, but I've heard some good things about you. Welcome. You're here to give an update on what's going on there at the hospital. Please.
There's a PowerPoint.
And there should be a clicker there. Is there a clicker there? Yeah, okay, good. Okay.
So I want to give you a little bit of background about Glendora Hospital. As you all know, it was a general acute care hospital before. It was acquired by Prime Healthcare in July 2021 by College Health. College has been in business for over 50 years. It is family owned. It's kind of nice because they set the tone, they create the values and the culture of the organization, and you just can't compete with culture. Culture beats strategy every day of the week. We have 2 general acute care hospitals, one in Long Beach, one in Costa Mesa, and then 3 acute psychiatric facilities, freestanding. That includes Glendora, Cerritos, and we just acquired a facility from Steward Healthcare in Phoenix. As you're all aware, Steward Healthcare is the large organization that went bankrupt last year. Been in the news quite a bit. We also have 10 outpatient programs. That is to help stabilize patients post-acute. One of the things that I mention to people is that we're not here to fix people. We can't fix people in an acute care hospital. We can stabilize symptoms and hopefully get them back on track, get them back out into post-acute services where they can get back out into the community and get medication stabilized, work on relationships with families, coworkers, and be productive citizens. When we acquired the facility in July 2021, the average daily census was 17, and it was licensed for 19 beds. We worked closely with the Department of Health, brought it up now to 63 licensed beds, and our average daily census, our occupancy rate is 97 to 98%. So we just have no room to treat any additional patients, unfortunately. But we do have 2 patient care units. We treat adults and then geropsych. Geropsych is the population from 50 and above. That population, as they get older, do experience mental health issues. We try and keep those patients separate, and we do it based on acuity, needs of the patient, things like that. We currently employ over 300 people. But again, it's 300 because the census is so low, 63. We share resources with other hospitals. As this increases, we're going to go up to 154 beds. We'll employ probably more than 1,000 people. Even though the hospital's barely tripling in size, when it's a low census of 63, we can share resources with other hospitals. However, at 154, we're not going to be able to do that. So it'll be good for the community because we're going to be employing substantially more people. So this right here is what the floor plan looks like. And this is essentially the existing footprint of the hospital. So right now, the only units we operate are the blue unit there, the east unit, and the south unit, the red one, which is kind of an L shape. So within this facility, you can see there's a lot of space. Again, it was a general acute care facility before. There's a lot of space currently being unused. Those rooms are dedicated to storage, environmental services, plant operations, things like that. but you can see we have the capability to treat a lot more patients than we currently do. So if we look right here at the very top, the light purple, that's going to become a 21-bed unit for adults. In the bottom there, the ECT treatment area, that is a modality used to treat patients with schizophrenia, depression, things like that. And they typically have very good outcomes. Patients see substantial improvement following ECT treatment. Now we move over to the left, the light bluish green, Unit B. That's going to be 29 beds, and that's going to be, it can be kind of a flex unit. It can be whatever we want it to be, adults, geropsych, or adolescents. The county and the state are really pushing to increase beds for adolescents, and so that's likely the direction that we're going to take. But again, this can fluctuate depending on the needs of the community. The only thing we can't do is we can't mix those populations. So if we have some adolescents in the unit, it's strictly an adolescent unit. And then lastly, the yellow unit will be the biggest unit. You can see there it's 40 beds. It'll have adults and geropsych patients. Again, given the size of that unit right now, that can almost take, 70% of what we're currently taking our capacity. The other thing that we're adding in is transcranial magnetic stimulation, or TMS. That's going to be an outpatient procedure in a medical office building. The nice thing about TMS is it treats OCD, migraines, smoking cessation, but it's really very effective in depression and schizophrenia. Patients come in for a treatment several times a week for several weeks, but patients show substantial improvement following this modality. You can see there reduces depression by up to 40% in patients. That is a tremendous amount. That's without medication even. So when you combine that with medication, it's very, very beneficial for them. And then the number of frequency and treatments varies depending on the patient, their symptoms. But again, it's an outpatient procedure. So the goal is bring them into the hospital, get them stabilized, get them back on a medication regimen, and then they either would go to, we have a partial hospitalization program for outpatients, or a skilled nursing facility, or some other post-acute service. If they're stable enough, they would go back out in the community, back home to the residents. But again, the TMS is going to help to keep them stable post-discharge. And that is, again, going to be one small unit in our medical office building. So we're really looking forward to this. We're pursuing a grant from the state for BCHIP funds. It's the Behavioral Health Care Infrastructure Project. LA County alone has a little over $400 million to award. And the awards are distributed in May, they're announced in May and then distributed in probably around June. We expect to break ground in July. It's going to last 18 to about 22 months, so fully completed in Q1 of 2027. But we expect some units to open up as it's going on, so it's not going to be from start to finish, no beds. It's going to be, 20, 30, or 40 beds will open up gradually over time, and then the completion in Q1. So we're looking forward to it. I don't know if you have any questions about the services we provide. Any questions from the council?
Anthony, thank you. This is exciting news, and appreciate you being here. Yes, Karen, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you so much for being here and sharing that, because there are often questions about your facility and what's being offered and what your plans are, so that's very helpful. One question I have is your parking lot that is right off of Glendora Avenue. Will that be for parking for the additional employees, or do you have any other plans for that?
Correct. So during construction, that'll probably be used for construction access because we don't want to disrupt patients and visitors to the medical office building. But after construction's completed, the parking lot will be part of that. It's obviously going to be resurfaced, repainted. We expect it to be utilized much more heavily from patients, visitors after construction. Currently, it's not very heavily used. There's some other local businesses that tend to park in that area. We don't mind it. We're not using it. And so we'll have to see what happens after the construction. Again, our staff is going to grow exponentially, but because it's in the back, I'm honestly, I'm not sure how it's going to work out.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a tremendous need for psychiatric beds in LA County, so thank you for helping to try to meet that need.
Sure, thank you.
Great, thank you, Karen. David?
Thank you, Anthony. A couple of questions. Are the patients from local sources, are they brought in from other spots of the county, or How would that?
They're actually from all over the place. So right now, there's a tremendous shortage of beds, behavioral health beds in California. So right now, we get a lot of patients from other facilities. Typically, we need medical clearance of a patient before we'll take them into the facility. One of the things that we don't want is we don't want to get a patient in who then has a medical complication. We have to call 911, tax our local services. So each patient needs medical clearance. So for instance, if Foothill receives a patient from, let's say there's a PD drop-off, they'll clear the patient, they'll call our access department. Our access department will work among all the college hospitals to see who has a bed, who can take that patient based on the patient needs and what our bed openings are. The challenge that we have is because our occupancy is 97 to 98%. Today, we had one bed available at 5 p.m., and that was being filled up. So yes, we do take local patients. We do take patients from outlying areas. Our sister hospital in Long Beach they're LPS designated, so they have the ability to hold psychiatric patients throughout the hospital. And because they're LPS designated, they get a tremendous amount of PD drop-offs in Long Beach, a lot of EMS runs, and that's where our access department is based on. So we do get a large number from Long Beach as well, because we know those patients are stabilized. We do have a relationship so we can transfer back if necessary. But to answer your question, we get patients from just about every county in Southern California.
Okay, thank you. As the location is in amongst residential areas, if a patient's benefits expire at X number of days, what's the patient's choice? Where do they go?
Yeah, fair question. And this is something that we worked with Chief Randazzo, Moises, and some of the other city services to talk about. We send patients back to the community that they came from. So assuming a patient runs out of benefits when they're in the hospital, they're still treated the same. We are not going to stop services because the patient ran out of insurance. Post-discharge, we're going to find some post-discharge services in the community that they came from. One of the things that we're very cognizant of is when you talk about mental health, you're also talking about homelessness. We do have a fair number of patients who are unhoused, as with any other behavioral health facility. It is very incumbent upon us to make sure that this doesn't look like a homeless encampment. If you go to other behavioral health facilities, just driving by them, you will see people loitering outside, potentially nearby parks. You'll see tents set up. It's not the case with College Health. We've got a great access department. We've got a great case management department that works on post-discharge needs. And again, we get them back to the community that they came from. So a patient that we get from let's say, Orange County, patients going back to Orange County, even if they don't have services, we bear that responsibility. The last thing we want to do is open the door and say, you're free to go now. It just doesn't happen. I think we've had 1 or 2 patients who, upon discharge, say, I'm leaving, I don't want any help. And we try and offer something, and they say, nope. And unfortunately, that's their right. But we can arm twist a little bit and get them some services. Typically, it's congregate living, it's a homeless shelter, but most often it's family members who are willing to take them back. Because again, a lot of these people have ruined relationships over the lifetime of behavioral health issues. But if we can get them back on their medications, get them stabilized, oftentimes the person's willing to take them back into their home.
Okay, good, because you mentioned a few things that some of the neighbors around are concerned about and the behavior issues that could occur. There's a park nearby, a fun park, so, thank you for that sensitivity and awareness, because we certainly want to, be a positive side and not be a contributor to something that the neighborhood doesn't like. So.
Well, and it goes for us too. I mean, when you pull into work, you want to be proud of where you work. You don't want to pull into work and have to step over someone, to walk into a building. And so I completely get that, totally understand.
Last question, the construction you talk about, is it refurbishing of the existing physical plant, or is it
Correct.
expansion of the physical?
It's not going to, the footprint isn't going to change at all. I think it may be going to be a slight change to the entrance, but it's staying within those walls.
Right. Thank you.
Sure.
David, thank you. Michael?
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony, for your presentation. As Karen's mentioned, that there's a great need for mental facilities, but you're offering, and it looks like you're expanding that envelope quite a bit. A question I have several years ago, I don't know if you're established with this organization or not, we signed off or actually gave a letter of support. There's a big grant you're going to be getting to refurbish that facility. I'm a little lost. Did you end up getting those funds to redo the facility? Because now it
No.
sounds like you're doing it again.
No, we haven't done any refurbishment.
So what we had signed on to help you out never happened?
Just one
Correct.
point of clarification, Councilmember. They had I believe it was a TEFRA hearing. The city council didn't express any support or position. The city council simply held the facility for the hearing to be done.
Right, right. But
Yeah.
you're after trying to get some funding for that facility.
To be honest, I'm not sure if it was us or if it was Prime prior to the acquisition, but I know we haven't done any major refurbishment yet.
It was Prime. Yeah,
Prime.
it was Prime.
Okay. As David alluded to, is there going to be any on-site security?
There currently is on-site security, yes. We have security 24/7.
Okay. David asked most of my questions except for the last one here. Are you going to be getting any Prop 1 money?
Prop 1 is the BCHIP money, I believe, correct?
I'm not sure.
I believe it's the BCHIP grant that we're pursuing, yes.
Okay, great.
And that's the grant set aside within the state. And LA County has roughly a little over 400 million. We're pursuing whatever we can. We expect the expansion to cost roughly around $45 to $50 million.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Shauna?
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate the information, and I was always curious about the facility, so I'm glad you're here to enlighten me. I'm glad you brought up your homeless population. There's been a lot of talk here in Glendora about how we can help our local homeless population, so maybe you can expand a little bit on your success rate with that group specifically, and do you do work with cities where maybe there's some kind of a collaboration with the city?
Typically, we deal with private entities. Again, if a patient leaves and they're willing to accept assistance, we'll look at congregate living and other types of facilities. Typically, like a homeless shelter is a very last resort. That's when patients typically don't want any help from us. It's what they're used to. It's what they want to go back to. It's not conducive to good mental health, so we try and avoid it. But again, the biggest challenge that we have is what the patient is willing to accept. But to be honest, no, we haven't worked with any municipalities on any programs because typically what's available from municipalities is already overburdened, unfortunately. And so it's usually in the private sector that we find the best results.
And just one last question. Can you remind me how many jobs you said this would be bringing in?
So right now, we employ just under 300. We expect to employ roughly about 1,000 after the expansion. Again, because right now we're sharing services with our Long Beach location because it's 63 patients. It's just not huge. It doesn't support having some full-time leaders that it will once it's completely constructed. So we expect about 1,000.
Love that.
We're proud of it.
Thank you, Shauna. A couple of things. The funds from the county, so what do you expect to get from them? I mean, what are the hoops? Who are you having to compete with?
Everybody who is in the mental health space within Los Angeles County. So the state has set aside, I think it's roughly $1 billion.
Okay.
LA County's portion that they can allocate is a little over 400 million.
Okay.
So anybody who has a mental health project can apply. And this includes acute hospitals, post-acute services, housing for mental health. It's really focused on behavioral health.
Okay.
So we're competing with a lot of different people. And there's a lot of hoops to jump through. As you can imagine, there are requirements, attestations that we're going to operate the facility for 30 years. It's important to note that we've never divested a facility. Glendora Hospital is actually the first facility that Prime ever divested. They're always acquiring. We don't divest. It's a consistency game. You can't dabble in mental health.
Right.
As in, Prime and Steward, they dabbled in mental health, and it just doesn't work out. But if you do it consistently, you do it well, it works for us.
Okay. And second, what kind of support could we offer you to enhance the ability for you to get funds? Obviously, it would help us.
Correct.
Employment and people's lives and changes and stuff. So is there anything that we could do to assist
Yeah, we're requesting a letter of support from the city. Quite honestly, we would like to have it from as many entities as possible. If we
Okay.
could get one from yourself, one from the city council as a whole, whatever we could do would be appreciated.
Okay.
It is, it is a numbers game. The more support you have, the better it is. We have applied to, I've spoken with Catherine Barger's office to get a lot of support from her. I'm here with you all. We've applied to the Department of Mental Health and several others. But again, there's a long list of requirements, and we think we're well positioned. Again, one of the things that they're looking for is a shovel-ready project.
Right.
This is something we were going to do regardless of the BCHIP funds. We were already well on our way. We had our plans with the state, and I've been working with the city prior to even knowing about the BCHIP grant being available. So it's something we're going to do, and whatever we can do to stack the deck in our favor, we will do it.
Adam, I'm assuming that you're working with them and you can instruct us.
They're here tonight, I believe, to ask for your support. So that is a city council decision, as all of you know, in your individual capacities, you can write letters of support. But as taking as a city, and I see the chief over there
I just saw the chief
behind, so
walk up. So-
he's sneaky, that's why he's the chief. So
Yeah.
it's really a council, so I believe that's the ask. We'll get the specific ask, but that is a council decision, and if that's the way we go, staff will work to help make sure that happens.
Okay. Chief, since you're there,
I just wanted to
we'd
come
love
up
to hear
and
what you have to
take
say.
a couple minutes. Some of the questions kind of bounced around my area a little bit, my responsibility, the police department. So I'd like to give you a little bit of background information. You know, we've seen this hospital change and grow and diminish and come back up. So when it was a medical facility, we had quite a drain on resources there. And then as it tapered off, it went down to a dozen or so beds and then changed owners and went to a new format. We were very concerned about initially having 12 geriatric psych beds there. And then as they've expanded to where they are now, we are obviously concerned as they grew how that was going to affect the community. We talked about, or all of you talked about, how the property is surrounded by residential areas, commercial areas, and it's basically in the center of our city. So it's a big concern on the draw of resources that we'll have from the police department, the fire department, the rest of the city departments, but also how it will affect the community. And when Anthony told us that, you know, now we're at 63-ish beds and we're going to add about 100 more mental health beds, we were very concerned. I was equally enthusiastic about having the resource available to our community as I was concerned for how it would affect our community with outside people possibly coming in and different type things. I came up here to thank Anthony for being up here and presenting to you, and I came up here to back him up and say that we've been so concerned, but Anthony and all of his staff, all the police department staff, the city staff, especially Moises Lopez and our two captains, we've had a great working partnership with the hospital as it's grown and expanded to its current size. And we have not used the amount of resources that I thought we would. We've had problems, and a business or a institution in this case, or other hospitals, not to throw out any names or anything, but they have done a fantastic job. And what he's told you is what has happened in the past. We have had almost zero issues of the community being affected by the hospital.
Right.
If we can go off their past performance, I'm still concerned about adding 100 beds at the location, but they have done an absolute fabulous job with their expansions thus far and the partnership with us and being receptive to every one of our needs and every one of their needs. And we've just been working together in partnership very wonderfully over the last few years to make the hospital that it success now. Still a little worried and concerned over the expansion in the future, but I've got to say that I wanted to come up here and thank and congratulate Anthony on his team, Anthony and his team on what they've done in the past. It's truly amazing.
Great. Well, that's excellent. Anything else from Adam? So we're looking for a motion of support. Karen, your light's on?
Sure. I would like to make a motion that we as a council support them in this expansion or write a letter of support to accompany their grant application.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? Could I also ask for people who are here or looking in, could you give, who we should write? The, address, name, everything
Well, I
to
sent-
staff, and then they could post it on our website or something?
Yes, I did send letters of support templates, but I can certainly send
Okay.
some information. The challenge that we have, and I apologize, because the grant was, as I mentioned, it was something that was new to us. We were already pursuing this.
Yes.
So there is a very short window.
Okay.
We're actually submitting our grant application on Thursday.
Okay,
So I did send letters of support templates, and hopefully you all get those. And
well, I know some of the people here, and I know what their hearts are, and I think they would probably want to personally write, so that's why I'm asking for, that. So if you could get that, and we could post it and let people know. Okay, motion has been made by Karen and seconded by Michael. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Elvis?
Yes.
Councilmember Elias? Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fidel?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Anthony, thank you,
thank you.
and best of luck.
Appreciate that.
And thank you for the care that you're offering to, these folks, and apparently the outcomes that are very, very good. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you, Anthony.
All right, moving on to the consent calendar. We can approve these by one motion, items 3 through 9. Is there?
I'll
a
move
motion?
items 3 through 9.
Is there a second?
Second it?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say I'd like to abstain from item number 3 on the consent calendar since I was not on council at that
Okay.
time.
So Shauna will abstain from item 3, and the rest we can approve. And did you get the second? I heard a couple of, so you can choose.
I'll defer to Mr. Friedendahl.
Okay, so David.
Thank you. Councilmember Alois?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. Okay, item 10, an ordinance to amend the GMC code, chapter 10.76, that pertains to sidewalk vendors. And to report out is Jeff Kugel. Jeff, thank you for being here and looking forward to this.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm bringing back an ordinance as requested by the council to update the city's regulations with respect to sidewalk vendors. Just so as a reminder, what are sidewalk vendors? They're vendors who sell food, merchandise from a push cart stand or display on the sidewalk, on the public sidewalk within the city. A little bit of background on what sidewalk vendors are and what the state's done with respect to statewide laws regarding the regulation of sidewalk vendors back in 2018. The governor signed SB 946, and SB 946 required that local agencies like the city of Glendora establish regulations for sidewalk vendors, and that those regulations be limited to health, safety, and welfare concerns. The city then subsequently developed regulation and adopted the current standards and ordinance in 2019. And then in September of this year, at the request of the council, staff, myself, and then along with the police department and code enforcement staff, presented an update to the council on a variety of different code enforcement issues and neighborhood preservation issues. And there was a particular focus on, or a section of that report on sidewalk vending. I had made a number of recommendations to update the ordinance to address some of the current issues with sidewalk vending. And so that is what is brought before you tonight. There are a variety of changes that we went over back in September. Some of those are up on the slide. Some of the more notable ones are there'll be added insurance requirements for sidewalk vendors. We're also limiting the operating space to 4 feet by 3 feet with the limitation for 1 umbrella. We're going to increase the distance requirements to some sensitive areas, some of the issues that have been occurring relating to vendors selling to persons in vehicles or trying to flag down moving vehicles. So there are a number of distance requirements from intersections, from yellow and red curbs that have been altered in the proposed ordinance before you. In addition to that, we're adding a section on impounding equipment, merchandise related to sidewalk vendors who are either licensed or not licensed, and we'll be adopting some fees in the near future related to impounding. And then lastly, if you do reach the limit of penalties that the code allows, and that actually state law allows, until we'll actually prohibit you from renewing your permit or getting a new permit for 1 year after that last ordinance or last violation. So with that, this is a first reading of the ordinance, and so I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the fine work that you and your team have done. And so that's it. David, I will start with you on this. Thank you for, seriously, the passion and the interest that you have brought to, this. It has been something that we have needed to address. So please, questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff and team and staff. I know this has been an unsolicited labor project, and it's been a lot of time put into it. And I want to also recognize that PD and code enforcement has been working diligently to make improvements, and they're quite noticeable. My motivation is to looking back to our retreat from last week and looking at our vision that we want to have Glendora be not another of the 88 cities in LA County, but rather a destination point that people come here and go, oh, wow, look at that, or don't see that, or, do it right, and want to get off the highway and come see us and have a good reason to do so. I also want to respect the business people who are working hard to do it correctly. So that's my motivation, to want to help the people that are out working hard in the sidewalk area, just to get them doing it and be compliant and permitted so that they have the comfort of knowing they're a Glendora business partner. I had some questions. The language changes and things are a home run. I think we hit it right on the spot. It's very attainable, very doable, and something I think that our business partners, or the new ones looking to be, can achieve. So congratulations on that. I am concerned that this is a great tool. I don't want this to just be another tool in our toolbox. I think it's a tool that we will diligently have to go out and exercise and monitor to achieve the goal of what it's looking to do, back to those first visions that I talked about. So I'm hoping that can happen. As I drive down and I see things, and there's some language in there about clearly, obviously displayed permits and licenses and identification and things. If I don't see those, I have to assume that the business operator is not a permitted business. That might be a bad assumption, but that's the one I'm going to take if I can't see different to our support. So I'm hoping that we'll address that. But I would hope that we would, as a body, make this a priority item that we need to focus on, and not something that we can just pass by when time allows or staff allows and make it a casual compliance issue. I think for us to be supportive of our neighborhood, we have to make this a focus item. Thank you, Mr. Kugel and staff, for all the hard work. You really did hit the buttons they've hit. The state has requirements, the county has suggestions and requirements. Ours are equal to those, a little tighter in some areas to good point. So well done. And again, my only question becomes, are we capable of working this to be compliant and to make the ordinance effective? And I recognize that's not your answer to make, and so I just throw that out generally. I'm not looking for an answer tonight, but I hope that the answer becomes, yes, we can, and look forward to that.
If it would be okay, I know the police department is here to answer some of those questions. It may, if approved tonight, I think it would be helpful if staff walk through kind of what we could do preemptively. I think in terms of the timeline, as was indicated, there's a first reading, a second reading, and then 30 days after adoption, something becomes effective. So the earliest something would happen would be February. The police department would, and I see Captain Gold coming up. Talk a little bit about what staff can do and then sort of what that process looks like. So it looks like we had both captain and the chief. All right.
Have my support tonight. Good evening. We've already actually discussed this. Community preservation officers have come to me knowing that this was on the agenda, and if it was approved, what their plan was without me having to seek any input from them. In line with everything that we've already discussed, their main priority is to educate the public. So they want to start with, as soon as this is approved, going out and contacting the vendors and letting them know this is what's going to be coming. It's the same component that we've talked about time and time again of how important that is, that they understand what they want, what they need to do if they want to have a business, whether that's a sidewalk vending business or the true brick and mortar within the city. So the goal is going to be educate in the days leading up to the ordinance taking effect. And then once it takes effect, then we would follow obviously the pathway of the vending compliance that we would do before, which is only one citation a day, depending on what's going on, giving them time to comply, whether they're vending without the license, vending in the wrong place and manner. If they're in violation of the code, we could potentially seize the items at that time. That's going to be that last resort thing. That's something that gives us that tool to say, these are the things that you need to do if you want to be out here on the sidewalk. All of these things are in place specifically because of the health and safety of not only our vendors, but our pedestrians and our vehicular traffic. So we have that plan in place to try to educate prior to getting to the point where we need to enforce. So hopefully our 9 permitted vendors at this time, as soon as it goes live, and hopefully prior to, they're already set up, ready to go and doing what they need to do to comply.
Well, thank you, and I encourage that, and I'm on your team. I support that. Thank you.
David, thank you. Michael, any questions?
I had a brief conversation, was it this morning or early afternoon, I don't remember which day it was, with David, and he was over the top, Jeff, with your new ordinance and everything you did there. And then I also had a conversation with Adam, and he was very complimentary as well. Looks like you hit all the bases that need to be hit. So I look forward, as to David's point, is the implementation of this and how it's going to be accepted on the outside there and how effective it will be. So I guess we'll wait and see, but it sounds like you did a wonderful job on this ordinance, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Shauna, any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say thank you. Your presentation was, it was a great presentation, lots of information. I know you and your team worked really hard on it, so thanks.
Karen.
Thank you, Jeff, and to Shelley and all of the police department for working on this too. Just my question was just in line with something that Mr. Friedendall already asked, was that has come up again and again about residents or maybe council members driving by these vendors and being able to recognize right away whether or not they're permitted. So I didn't see in there if we're recommending or suggesting any particular way or a manner in which that permit would look or how it's displayed so that people driving by could just say, okay, you know, they have the red sign there or whatever it is, and standardize that so that it helps with enforcement and it helps with passerbys. Because sometimes we get calls from people saying, oh, those people aren't permitted. And this way, you know, they can easily see, yes, they are, or no, they're not. So,
Sure, yeah, actually, the rules as they stand right now, every vendor, every individual vendor is required to have a permit displayed, being worn on their person or being displayed on their cart. We issue permits, a physical permit with a photograph of the vendor, their name, approved by the city, for each vendor that is permitted by the city. And so that's something we're doing now, and and is required by code enforcement. And you know, when it's out there, they have to display it. So that is a requirement right now.
and so it's easily recognizable by however it looks or whatever.
Yeah, it's actually the size of it. It's about a 3x3 permit, and it's laminated, and it can be, you know, worn around your neck or, you know, displayed on your cart.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for working on this.
Thank you for your dogged work. It's been a lot, so thank you, and I echo what's been said, that let's just make it work. So, thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve this?
I would like to move that we accept recommendations 1 and 2 and set them in motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Alois,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Elias,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friednall,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. It takes us to 11, approve the purchase of new handguns and associated equipment for the GPD, and none other to report is Captain Stabio. Chris, welcome. Thank you for all of your diligent work. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. We're going to talk a little bit about one of my favorite topics, firearms. So by way of background, our police department has had its current set of firearms for about 11 going on 12 years. By just a little bit of historical background here, we carry the Glock Model 22 40 caliber handgun. That is all of our 58 funded positions from chief on down. It's carried in training, and it's carried as part of our daily complement of safety equipment for our police officers. In 1999, we switched from a 9mm round to a 40 caliber round, largely because at the time, the ballistics of a 40 caliber round were, I don't want to say much more effective, but were more effective in terms of stopping a deadly threat a little bit faster than a 9mm round. In the last 25 years, there have been substantial improvements in not only ballistics technology, but the technology of the firearms themselves. So for the last 25 years, we have confined our usage to just the Glock 22 firearm, mostly because it's an exceptionally well-crafted weapon. There certainly are guns out there that are better, but they're much, much more costly. In the presentation that we're going to talk about this evening, it boils down to about a little under $300 per gun. And for a weapon of this quality and caliber, not caliber in size of rounds, but caliber in terms of how well it's made and the support we get from the Glock Corporation, it just simply can't be beat. In the last 25 years, not only have we seen advancements in the way that the weapons are made, they're more reliable, and I'm just now remembering that I have a PowerPoint for this, that I did not. We'll just sort of go through there. What we are proposing is the purchase of 71 new Glock Model 47 handguns. And what you see there is a relatively accurate representation of what we want to purchase. Now, you'll see a few things on top of that firearm and below it that are going to enhance officer safety and citizen safety. And there are a few things that make moving to a 9mm handgun more beneficial for our officers and for the community. They are lighter because they carry a smaller round. Because of increased advancements in ballistics, that 9mm round is just as effective, if not more so, than the 40 caliber that we carry today. The major advantage to using this weapons platform is that it's much easier to shoot. It has much less recoil, and so the ability of an officer to engage in what are called follow-up shots, meaning you're firing more than one round at a particular lethal threat, is significantly reduced. That means they can shoot more rounds relatively quickly with less time in between one round to the next. And that's important because, although I think we can probably all agree there is no safe officer-involved shooting, it all has an element of risk, not only to the officer involved, but to the public that might be present in one of these unfolding instances. The reason that you want to have accurate follow-up shots and have the officer have the ability to accurately control that weapon is that, statistically speaking, it's very, very unlikely that you're going to be able to stop a lethal threat with a single round. If you are lucky enough, and I will use the word lucky because you have a box about, that size in the head where it will immediately stop someone. It's very, very difficult to hit a small target, especially when that target is moving and shooting back at you. One of the things that you'll see on top of that gun there is a optic. Now, 25 years ago, when we went to the Glock Model 22, optics weren't a thing for handguns. There have been some drastic advancements in the use of optics in handguns. And the reason that's important is that if you look at the front of the gun there, you'll see that little metal piece protruding from the top of the slide. That's the front sight. Just behind, on the very end of the gun, on the right side of the picture there, you'll see the rear sight. Now, typically, you have to line those two sights up to be able to hit whatever target you're shooting at, which sounds very easy. And on a static range where there's no pressure or threat to your life, it's not that difficult. Most people can do it relatively quickly. That becomes an entirely different animal when you have someone shooting back at you. Very hard to pick up those little sights. What that optic does is it places a red dot, not on the person, but just so that the operator of the firearm can see that red dot, and it allows them to place that red dot on whatever their target is, apply constant pressure to the trigger, and the weapon will fire. The reason that's so critically important is that you can focus on the target, which is a natural inclination to do, instead of having to focus on two tiny little metal posts, line those up, look just at the posts and not at the person that is trying to hurt you, and fire. And it makes it much more accurate, much more easy to control. One of the other advantages of this firearm is that the physical size of it is quite a bit smaller. It offers easier manipulation and control for officers of varying size. So from I'm thinking of one of our particular officers who's just a mountain of a man. It's like shaking hands with a bear when you shake his hand. He can control that gun just as easily as our smallest officer who, is like shaking hands with my 16-year-old daughter. Makes it much easier to apply across a broad spectrum of personnel, and will be much easier for our officers to shoot, manipulate, and just overall operate. The other advantage of this is that it's a little bit lighter than our weapon that we carry right now. In addition to the weapon itself, one of the things that we are seeking is not only the sights, but a weapon-mounted light. Our officers work 24 hours a day, and if anybody happens to have ever shot a gun while trying to hold a flashlight, it is an immensely difficult task. And oftentimes under stress, that flashlight goes the way of the dodo, and you can't find it. All of a sudden, you're holding your gun with both hands, and your flashlight is sitting in a gutter somewhere. This removes that and allows them to focus on their target, focus on the threat, without having to manipulate a flashlight. It has largely become the industry standard in the law enforcement profession, along with optics. 5 years ago, optics were really, really rare outside of a tactical team environment. Nowadays, I teach at a local police academy where I teach firearms, and I would say probably a very solid 60 to 70% of the officers that are, or the trainees, excuse me, that are coming through have an optic that's on their gun. Now, we don't let them turn it on because they have to, practice and be able to perform the basics of firearm shooting with sights, but it makes it much, much better once we let them turn that optic on. The other thing that we are asking for is holsters, because we are going to a different firearm. It's relatively the same size, but still requires a different holster. The reason holsters are important is our officers work in a variety of different environments. And statistically speaking, officer-involved shootings are particularly rare. What's much less rare, though, is an officer getting into a scuffle with someone where they have now brought a gun to a fist fight or a wrestling match. And so they must be able to make sure that they keep that weapon secure and in their holster. And the purchase of new holsters and equipment to go with these firearms will help ensure officer safety and community safety, because the last thing that we want is for one of our officers to get into a fight or a wrestling match, and now that suspect has removed the officer's gun and is now armed. That is a very, very bad thing, which I think we can all agree. Additionally, the operational lifespan of these guns is expected to be at least, if not greater than the current weapons that we have. There have been advancements in the manufacture of these firearms that makes them more durable and less susceptible to weather. I can pretty much guarantee you that one of the things you will probably never see is a police officer with an umbrella, which means that they're getting wet and the firearm is getting wet. It's just a hazard of the job, and it's just what happens. But you won't see us out there with umbrellas, so we need to make sure that the equipment we do have is not susceptible to moisture and degradation of the product. Financially, if you look here, we have the fiscal impact. We are asking to purchase 71 firearms. You may ask yourself, why would we want to purchase 71 when we have 58 officers? There are a couple of different reasons for that. One is that if we have an officer that gets into an officer-involved shooting, we are required to take that firearm as evidence of that shooting and hold on to it until the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department seizes that as evidence, and we'll give them a spare firearm in the interim while the investigation is being conducted. The second reason is that we have a regional SWAT team that has about 7 members on it now. And oftentimes when we activate that team, it will be calling in officers from home, and we don't want them to have to waste time going to the station, getting all their equipment. They drive directly to the scene, go into our equipment truck, get a gun that's issued to them specifically for that team. So that necessitates purchase of a few more weapons. Not the least of which, we have a fairly robust maintenance schedule, and oftentimes officers are without their firearm for a few hours during their shift, and during that time, we give them a loaner firearm, which is also the reason we're asking for more weapons than just the 58. Towards the bottom, you'll see that we are asking for 10 Glock 43X slimline pistols. That is because hiding a full-size gun when you are working undercover, not impossible, but it's certainly not optimum. We want them to be able to be armed, have a good quality weapon, and be able to hide it on their person so that they don't obviously look like a cop with a giant bulge sticking out of their waistband. This also includes the weapon-mounted lights, holsters, optics that we spoke about earlier, and 25,000 rounds of 9mm ammunition. The ammunition portion of this it actually costs quite a bit less to buy 9mm ammunition. Most agencies have moved away from the 40 caliber round to include the FBI that moved away in 2015 and went to 9mm. It is more widely produced. It's, excuse me, quite a bit less hard to get, and so the price is generally a little bit less than 40 caliber ammunition. With that, one additional point I think that bears mentioning is the vendor that we have located for this, in addition to providing us a pretty good price for the weapons that we're buying, and again, under $300 per gun it's pretty fantastic in the weapons world. If you were to go buy this, just yourself, it would cost you in the neighborhood of $400 to $450 per weapon. They are going to buy our firearms back, and we anticipate that that will defray the cost somewhere between about $14,000 and $21,000, depending upon what they'll give us for our existing complement of weapons. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, Captain, thank you. Michael, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Cam. It was an amazing presentation. I have no questions.
Donna?
I just have one question. Do you feel like 71 is enough? I wasn't looking at that thinking like it's too much. Is that enough? Because I think council's approved 69 sworn officers. max at the max, so that if you had a full staff, that leaves 2.
I think that it will probably take us a while to get to something where the amount of firearms we have purchased will become an issue in terms of us not having enough. With the help of our Human Resources Department, we have been fairly full throttle in the recruitment game, and we're making some great gains. But it's still really difficult to find qualified police officers that meet our standard. And so I think that by the time that rolls around, should we need to purchase additional weapons, which I don't know that that would be necessary. But if we do get to 69, that might be something that we have to look at. I would probably be more comfortable purchasing additional weapons as we need them, simply because the advancements in firearms really are getting better and better every year. So the likelihood would be that we may end up buying a better firearm should we have to purchase more down the road.
And what about for like an emergency situation, God forbid? Is there ever an,
I think we have plenty. 58? Okay, I thought she said, I thought she
I
said
thought it was
69.
69. Okay, okay.
Not that we have a massive stockpile of weapons, but I'm very confident should any significant emergency come to pass, we have more than enough weapons between rifles and handguns that our personnel would be able to meet that need.
That's my only concern. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Karen, anything?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
David?
None, thank you.
Just a couple things. When are these going to be here?
I anticipate that it will probably take in the neighborhood of about a month to 6 weeks once we place the order with the vendor.
And where are they being made?
Well, all of Glock pistols, at least that we would purchase, are made in the United States. We go through a vendor in Orange County.
Holsters are American made?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I didn't research that.
All right, well, I'm curious, so, okay.
I'm sorry.
And
I don't have an answer
now,
at this point.
you know, this happens to me at home, so we paint one wall and then the next, you know, we need a new couch because the paint. So the holster needs to be changed. I get that. But now are we, going to have to buy belts because the size of the holster is different than the belt?
No, the holsters we're looking at purchasing will fit on the duty belts for all of our
Okay,
officers.
okay. I just thought I'd clarify that, so.
Just holsters, sir.
Well, okay. All right, excellent. And we need a motion to purchase these guns.
I'll move item 1.
The amount of $92,049.
I'll second.
Okay. Michael made a motion, David second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Elowes,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Elias,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item 12. This is a lot to read. So Captain Gold is here to talk about some radios that we need to purchase. 60 APX N50, 2 APX 8000, 17 APX 65000S mobile, 16 APX 6500E5, for $598,459.14. So, Captain Gold, thank you for being here. It's yours.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, esteemed council. Before I begin, I just wanted to note that the attachments in the original packet have been replaced with the correct attachments. As previously discussed for the fiscal year 24-25 mid-cycle budget, Glendora Police Department is a member of ComNet, a JPA with our radio communications. ComNet agencies have a targeted date to transition to our P25 compliant radios of July 2025 to ensure communication capabilities. Our ComNet master site, which is maintained by Glendale PD, has proprietary Motorola equipment. Although other manufacturers are P25 compliant, Motorola's proprietary hardware and software is not available except through Motorola or one of their select vendors. Motorola has proven reliable for us throughout the several years prior. We've had them for over 25 years, and their parts will be interchangeable with some of the things that we already have on hand due to the P25 compliant radios that are in part of our fleet with a higher level of security and the encryption. So some of the benefits to going to the P25 compliant radios is that higher level of encryption with the dual levels of those things, which is required to ensure the safety and security of the information that's put out over the radio waves and the privacy of that information that's being put out. Some of the big changes in the hardware and software that we have, you're not going to get to see the software part, but I did show and tell for you. This is the current half of our personnel right now are carrying this XTS 5000. In 2003, the APX 6000 was introduced, and we've slowly went to the APX 6000. The APX 6000 is P25 compliant, which means that it has the interoperability in the event of a emergency or a disaster where anyone else that's on that P25 compliant radio will be able to speak to them, whether that's the fire department, highway patrol, other law enforcement agencies. So about half of our radios are that particular model that we have there. The ones that we're proposing to purchase are the APX N50, which are P25 compliant. They're slightly smaller. They're the newest version of the P25 radios from Motorola. The APX 8000s are multi-band radios. That just means that they have UHF and VHF features on them. So any agency that is using VHF instead of UHF that we use, we'd be able to speak to them over the radio. These are put into the quote to make sure that we have enough for staff and at the command post if we have a major emergency where we need to speak to someone that does not have our same frequency. So the major difference between the radios that were in the patrol cars versus what you're holding is obviously the technology is a lot larger. The picture that you see up on the screen, the one on the bottom left that says the APX 6000 is, I'm sorry, the 6000 series is the 65 series is the patrol car unit radio. That one has the display readily available for the officer to look down at. The difference between a patrol car radio and an undercover car radio is that display is actually on the microphone. So that's why there's a slight difference in the price. The actual base of the radio and the radio head is exactly the same within there. The need for the P25 compliant radios was already discussed previously for the mid-year cycle when you guys first approved the budgeting for that. So I'm not going to go into all of that other than to stress how important it is in a disaster to make sure that we have that capability to speak to the other surrounding agencies, the highway patrol, fire department, those types of things with ComNet's goal of July of 2025 was their original goal, which has not been changed at this time, for everyone on the ComNet JPA to switch over to these P25 compliant radios. That's why we were asking for this purchase. Due to there was a minor inadvertent calculation error in the report of $40. The line items are correct on the attachments for the different purchases, which was the 60 Motorola APX-N portable radios at $348,804.95. 2 of the APX 8000 portable radios at $22,316.72, and 17 of the APX 6500 mobile radios and 16 of the APX 6500 E5 mobile radios, for a total of $227,377.47, which is a grand total of $598,499.14, which was slightly different. I apologize for the error. The City of Glendora is also waiting on financial action from Congress. We previously applied for a grant through Grace Napolitano's office, and were preliminarily awarded $582,000 under that grant. The budget has not been finalized, and that's still holding. We don't know whether or not those funds will come through. If they do, at that time, we'll come back to council. Staff will come back to council and ask that those funds replace the general fund. So the recommendation is to approve the purchase, the total purchase price of $598,000, $499.14.
All right, Captain Gold, thank you. It was obvious that the trust factor that you have in us was greater than what Captain Stabio had, because he didn't pass out guns for us to, so thank you for exhibiting that high level of trust that he apparently didn't have in us, which is probably smart. Anyway, questions for Captain Gold? Michael?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question that's more not necessarily related. How much weight does an officer carry with all the gear? And now that the gun or the firearm is going to look lighter, it looks like, these are lighter. What's the weight, and what's the weight differential roughly?
So I can tell you, if I put on my boots, my belt, my gun, my vest, I'm an extra 25 pounds. Captain Stabio, how much extra is yours when you get on the scale? So his is about 30. It depends on the size of the officer due to the larger belt. The larger the belt is, the more we have a tendency to put things on there to fill it up, because we all need tools. So it does add to the weight. Having, as strange as it sounds, a couple of ounces on each piece of equipment makes a difference overall. So it just depends on, each officer sets up their equipment a little bit differently, and the size of the officer, because the larger the vest, the more weight that you're going to have, the larger the belt, the more stuff we put on there, all of those things just kind of add up a little bit.
Wow.
So the minimum is probably about that 25, and we have guys that probably carry a good 40 pounds.
Wow. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Shauna, anything?
I'm just curious, how confident are we that we'll get those funds from Napolitano's office? We're pretty confident?
Yeah, it's, I've been watching. I did see something in the news today that there was a push for the budget to be finalized. They've already extended it. We'll see what happens if it doesn't. We still have to make that purchase, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that that's going to happen, but like everything else, there's no guarantee till it does.
That's my only question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Karen? David?
Comment and a question. The radios, the handhelds were about a third of the size that they used to be a couple of generations ago, so that's remarkable. I've also seen and watched the radio systems change and transition several times, and certainly the system's not the same as when you began. Do we have any guesstimate how long the P25 format might be the one to use? And there's somebody coming along with new things that are going to change in the near future again.
No, that's a great question. That's a congressional mandate. So at this point, that's not going to change. There's a congressional mandate that they must be P25 compliant. There's an entire background process that goes into that in order for a radio to be considered on that list. And they publish a list every year of all of the radios and the different vendors that provide those radios, saying that it doesn't matter who the manufacturer is, that they all have to be able to have that capability to talk. And that is, like I said, a congressional mandate. So that's not going to go away anytime soon. And this has been over 20 years in the making.
Wow, okay. Great. No other questions. Thank you.
And these will arrive when?
So from the time of order, when we were first doing this, it's about 4 to 6 weeks out. As we progress, I could see that there could be a little bit of a delay based off of Motorola's orders for these new radios. The only other agency in the area that's already ordered and has them in hand is Ontario Police Department that I'm aware of. I reached out to our vendor to find out so we could get some feedback on it. And his original estimate was 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Just going to depend on when our order's placed and how backlogged they are.
Good, great. All right. Michael.
So of a question, so are we waiting for the congressional funds to order these?
No.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve these?
I'll move.
I'll second it.
Michael made the motion and Karen seconded. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Ellis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Elias?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Captain Gold, thank you. Appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're down to the last item, item 13. It's a time to reorganize our city council. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our city clerk, Mrs. Sussman.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. At this time, I will conduct the city council reorganization and selection of mayor and mayor pro tem for 2025. This reorganization will be effective January 1st of 2025. At this time, I'd like to declare the office of mayor and mayor pro tem vacant. Nominations are now open for the mayor. Are there any nominations?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to place in a name of David Friedendahl, our current mayor pro tem.
Are there any other nominations for mayor? Seeing none, I declare that Mayor-elect David Friedendahl is elected to mayor by acclamation for 2025. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Now I'd like to request nominations for the office of Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any nominations for the office of Mayor Pro Tem?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Alawas for Mayor Pro Tem.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'd like to declare that council member and Mayor Pro Tem-elect Michael Alowis has been elected by acclamation for the year 2025. Congratulations.
All right, well, that's great. It's a great team. Congratulations. And it'll be great to, work with both. What was that? That was you.
Needs a little mic oil.
So we have a former mayor and then our city managers,
I think it's just Kathleen's fault.
I know, but yeah,
In the
needs
council
some
chambers, yeah.
WD-40. Okay, with that, we are wrapping up. I would like to see if anybody has any closing thoughts, remarks. David.
I would like to thank this body for the humbling confidence that they've given me and the opportunity to serve you as your mayor in the next year. Thank you very much. I look forward to it very much.
Great, thank you. Karen, anything?
Just happy holidays to everybody, and that's it.
All right, Shauna.
Just a reminder that we have the parade this Saturday. My kids are excited. They think I'm cool right now because I get to be in the parade. So I hope everybody comes out to see the cool mom. That's it. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Great. Michael, anything?
I'd just like to thank the council for giving me a second go-around as mayor pro tem this time. Hopefully, the mayor seat goes smoother than last time. But like to wish everybody a happy new year, a Merry Christmas, and happy holidays coming up. Thank you.
And thank you for each and every one of you for the excellent thoughts that you shared about Gary. I think he is off to a wonderful part of his life. David, you're going to do great. You and I have worked well this past year together, and I'm confident that you're going to lead us well. So thank you for everything. We don't meet again until the 14th of next month. It's a little late because just the way the calendar goes, but that is when we will meet again. And once again, have an enjoyable month, Christmas, the new year. Enjoy those. Be as safe as you can. Exercise love, joy, and peace. And with that, Adam, any last words? Danny, be safe on wherever you're going. And we will adjourn this meeting, the last one for 24 at 9:02.